Good morning. A little late start here, but we'll be underway here in just a moment. The audio has been cut because we're not starting yet. As soon as the meeting is starting, I will turn up the volume.
Call the meeting order.
Brandon Dupuana.
Here.
Brandon Adams. Here. Dallas Owen. Here. A. Lydia Amos. Louis Johnson. Neon Crawford.
Here.
Travel Secretary.
Here.
Travel Vice Chairman.
Here.
Travel Chairman. Mr. Vice Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Verlin. Just note that the chairman is ill today. So, Council Secretary, go over tribal council minutes of July 5th. Huh? Opening prayer. Oh, tribal secretary. Trying to move fast now.
Good morning, Nidak Yapi.
Yeah.
Tukashi na wakantaka. Nino mobirataka.
Well, we have one coming up that's full right now, but it's possible. So we'll keep him on the waiting list. Yeah.
Nino mobirataka for this sacred day of life. For bringing us together in good health and well-being. We pray for the people in our community that are struggling in whatever way that may be, homelessness, hungry, lonely. Pray that you will meet whatever needs they have, that you would bless each and every one and help them through whatever they are suffering. I pray to you, Tukashino Akantaka, for the veterans. And pray for our elder veteran sitting here with us today, that you will bless him and watch over him. And give him good health and well-being. Pray for all the tribal council, that you would bless each and every one of them and their families and bless their homes. Pray that you would bless them with your guidance and wisdom, understanding, that good decisions will be made, that you would help them to help their people in their community districts that they represent. I pray for the executive leadership, that you would bless them with good health. Bless our chairman, who's not feeling well today. To watch over him and surround him in your healing. I pray to you, Tukashina Kantaka, that you would bless Tom Wilson, as he's here to give the people that exposure to the tribal council meetings. I pray that you will watch over him and his family and bless him in good health. And for our recording secretary and all of our staff, just bless them and watch over each and every one and their families. I pray for those people that lack understanding, that you will bring understanding to their minds and hearts. I pray that our people can overcome the animosity in their minds and their hearts, that you can help our people to be good to one another. The pandemic has caused a lot of anxiety and fear, and there just seems to be a ripple effect in the community of disregard for another human being, and how words or actions can affect a family, a person, and an individual. I pray that we can all be mindful of the words that we speak. The Dakota are honorable people, Tukashina, and the values of friendship and being an ally. I pray that we can come back to the basic foundation of respect, generosity, and caring for one another. I pray to Kashina that you would look upon us and have pity on us as we struggle in these things. That the anger that people feel, how it relates back to money. Money isn't the most important thing. We need it to survive in this day and age, Tukashina, but it's causing dissension amongst our people. And I just pray that you could look upon the leadership to be those leaders that lead our people down a healing path, not a path of destruction, but a path of healing. Because what we do and say and how we conduct ourselves impacts the whole community. We're the leaders that were designated and elected to serve our people. And yet, it seems we can forget our people at times, those Ushika ones, those struggling to survive out there. In this manner, we're thankful for the DARE program and the COVID task force. They're helping and assisting many, many people in our community that would not otherwise have the means to get the medicines that they need, the food that they need to nourish themselves to better health. Tukashina, have pity on us and hear the prayers that we send, the guidance that we need, the understanding that we need to move forward in a good way for the betterment of all of our people. Nina Wopita Tonka, Dakyasi.
Thank you, Secretary. Council, go over tribal council minutes for July 5th. Haipa,
I make a motion to approve the minutes of July 5th.
got a motion on the floor by Haipa, second by Long Hollow. All agency questions?
Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Brandon Hannah,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Next, moving on to July 6th. Haipa,
Matt, I guess this would be a question for Matt. Matt, motion number 53, in regards for the technical assistance to the Public Law 93-638 grant. Do we know anything else on that? I don't recall. Somebody refresh my mind what that discussion was.
Let's see.
I think it's a grant that where they could create teams to work. I can't remember what it's called, but
Thank you.
The what? Yeah, if you want. Just take notes.
Yeah, Verlin, motion number 54. Eddie Johnson, it says JT instead of Junior. Just a typo.
Mr. Vice Chairman, motion to approve with corrections.
Second.
Motion by Lake Travers, second by Haipa. Question by Mikuli.
Dion Crawford,
Yes. Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Dipsy-Wana,
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Dallas Holden. Yes. Lydia Heyman,
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Yes. Tribal Secretary,
yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Moving on to July 7th.
Motion to approve, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Motion by Long Hollow, second by Mikuli.
Question.
Question by Haipa.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Dipsy-Wana,
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Dallas Holden. Yes. Lydia Heyman,
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Yes. Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Moving on to July 11th.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Haipa. Second by Long Hollow. Question by all agency.
Brandon Dipsy-Wana,
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Dallas Holden. Yes. Lydia Heyman,
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. We'll move on to July 27th. Yes. Enemy swim?
With motion 119, would that further discussion come under your report? That's what the school closed.
Yep.
Okay.
Motion to approve July 27th, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Motion made by Long Hollow, second by Big Cooley. Question by all agency.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Dallas Boyd. Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Leon Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Next would have been the chairman. You guys got his report. He said that he would go over it tomorrow if he's feeling better. As mine, I got the check register, but the rest I'm just printing out yet. I'll just go with the verbal for now. But with the school closed, Steve's gonna be getting on with us budgeted only $100 and want to do 5. The only way I can figure out how to do it is with ARPA. And so Steve was working on that to try and use ARPA for the school close. And he'll give us an update on that. And then also in talks with Baker Tilly, I got an email from him. He said he'll have more information for me tomorrow on we can do our kickoff for on-site for the audit prep of 21. Long Hollow.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. When is Steve going to be on? Is he going to be on today or tomorrow? I see legal is on the agenda for tomorrow. So I was just curious as to when he would have an answer for us, or what?
How about after we get done with break, I'll get a hold of him to see when he'll be ready. I know he said he wanted, I think until like later this late morning to get it done. Haipa?
I see in the chairman's report stuff are the executive committee minutes. Do we want to approve those now?
Yeah, we can do that. Well, I'll come back to it after my report.
Okay.
I had my, let me go grab it. I'll be right back. Okay, council, I don't know if any of you had a chance to see it or not, but there was an email sent out appointing, with a resolution appointing Mike Swallow as interim associate judge. If you guys want to, Is he off? Lake Travers? Did you say it, no?
If we want to, are we ready to adopt that resolution now? If so, I'll make that motion. I looked at it, yes.
Motion by Lake Travers. Second by all agency. Question by Big Cooley.
Leon Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
No.
Brandon Howell. Yes. Dallas Owen. Yes. Haley Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Travel Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Verlin. I see Lexi's on. We'll let Lexi start going over the budget.
Good morning, council and executives. So I only have one thing for you all, and that is the fiscal 23 budget matrix. This year, we received budgets over all of our amounts and tax, lease income, and gaming. I did meet with the executives, and we were able to save about $960,000 from gaming and $868,000 from tax. We are still in the negative by $1 million in gaming and negative $445 in tax, and a negative $29 from lease income. So this is what we have so far. I don't know if you want to approve it now, or if you all have any recommendations.
Lexi, hold on. For council and for those listening, I just wanted to let everybody know that, we're talking that these budgets are in the red. These are just draft budgets that we're talking about for fiscal year 23. So we're trying to find places to cut more to get to our goal. Enemy swim?
Thank you. I was wondering, were we still doing the $2 million from DNGE for fiscal year 23? Because if we were doing the $2 million, that would cover what we got going on. Otherwise, I apologize. Was that motion rescinded?
No, the 28 was only for fiscal 22. The vice chairman and executives agreed on 26 for next year.
Okay, thank you.
Long Hollow?
I was under the understanding that we increased that budget overall for moving forward. I didn't think we had a timeline on it because that's not what the motion was stated.
I'm too iffy on leaving it at 28 because if you go by the numbers that we've had in the last 10 years, if we go by a percentage, we'd only be getting around 24 to 25. And if we take 28, we're cutting into our... I know they did a good year, but that's just the years previous. I think they even came to 26 million, I think maybe 3 times. What I want to try and do is get it to 26, but still use a percentage. You know what I mean? Goal is to hopefully they can still keep it at that 26, but we'll have to on the back end work with Weston, do the 85-15.
So you're talking about still doing a percentage moving forward in the next...
Yeah, but because we're in a tough spot because when that 85-15 was taken, was rescinded, and we went to the 26, we ended up getting 28 to cover that budget that wasn't really going on in 21. And so we increased our budget to 28, but now I'm trying to figure out a way on what number we should use for our budget, because I want to use a percentage, but it's different now because that last year just threw it all off. You know what I mean? It was like a record-breaking year, and
With all the revenue and then plus the PPP dollars kind of offset all of that stuff. Okay.
so
I guess my next question would be with the rising of food costs, gas costs, inflation and stuff. Would that 26 million still be sufficient moving forward? That is my concern.
till 2023, I think we'll be all right because we still have the programs that ARPA's doing. Oh, sorry, enemy swim?
Thank you. And so then, I still think we need to revisit that motion because I still feel like the language within that motion didn't specify, you know, what current fiscal year we're in, if I recall. I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head, but I kind of was with Curtis, you know, thinking on that was moving forward. But we'll just have to take a peek at that motion again. Because at the last D&G meeting, it was even Weston's understanding that was for 23. So there seems to be some confusion regarding that. And then also what I was curious about too is that, you know, I said this last year, if we're worried about budgets, I mean, I see the usual programs coming in with grants. It's the same programs, the same amount of grants. They're always coming in with the grants. I'm glad they're doing it, but if we're concerned with budget, where are these other programs that don't submit grants that are supplied 100% by gaming? Where are their grant applications? There's a grant for just about anything out there. If they're bringing in $5,000 on a grant, that's still $5,000 that the tribe can utilize down the road. And so the executives, I would like to see, as I mentioned before, get every single program looking for a grant. Because if we're concerned about budget, that's going to alleviate a lot of stress on the budget. Each of these programs get their own grants going, at least for a specified amount of time. And like I said before, I know Madam Secretary has a few programs that are very good with their grants, so I understand that. But like I said before, there's almost a grant for everything out there. So executives, I'd like to see a memo or something go out to your programs to get going on grants. And we even have a grant writer on staff. 2 or 3 yet, actually. I know we have one contract with Santa Cola, but then I know we have some other freelancers that are able to do the work too. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Just to let you know that, you know, council, even if it was for 23, we would have had to list it in that motion, but council needs to approve budgets every year. Just because it was that one year, it doesn't mean it's going to be the same the next year. I know we had a span there of 26 mil for 10 years, but each of them years, council still made the motion to pass that budget. That's what
I believe the motion does state fiscal 22 matrix.
But I know what we would like to do so we can get started on it is if we can get our federal award budgets approved. Am I right on that, Lex?
Yes. And if they have any recommendations going forward.
Hey, Travers?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. So I know that we discussed last council meeting that we would, you know, there was some of us that wanted to go over budgets, and I know we talked about that scheduling, so hopefully we can get that scheduled rather quickly, because I know that these need to be approved. One of the things that I had questioned was lease income. If there's some of those other sources that programs are generating revenue, I think that, if we could take a look at those. I know that last year, I think we increased the fees for tribal police. So if there's some of those areas that we could increase as well, especially with inflation, that would be an area to look at. And I don't know how those things are, I don't know how we would navigate through some of those items. I know that with the tax department, because I'm the ex-officio for tax, I know that they were looking for ways to increase their revenue as well. I think looking at and having a little bit of knowledge on some of that, I don't know how you would look at how with like lease income, when those values increase, how would you increase those fees for leased land, and at what juncture do you do that? Do you assess the market? Would you assess the market every year, every 2 years, every 5 years? I mean, it seems like that, I don't know that process, but that would be a source of revenue. And then also reviewing things like subleases and doing appraisals for different parcels that could that could get a higher rate. Thank you.
Anyway, so
I just want to say, yeah, I agree with Dion, especially when it comes with the lease. I know that, just by rudimentary Google searching, most places do go by inflation increase. So the rents, depending on the contract, most of the contracts aren't year to year. I know we do year to year, but in other places they are in extended contracts that usually go out to 5, but at the end of that 5-year contract, for example, there's some areas in Montana where after the 5-year contract, there's an inflation increase. So it jumps up immediately at the very minimum 2%. Now, I know we don't do that around here because the contracts are year to year, but I do believe that Dion's onto something in regards to inflation increase. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
What we do is we get these, we ask for their projected incomes for the fiscal year. I request it from both Jerry and Brenda, the directors, and these are the numbers that they give me. So I base off of our budgets off of these numbers. So your questions will probably be mostly for Jerry.
and these are all projected budgets, so it'd be pretty hard to judge with inflation and all that, and besides that, because we're just going by previous numbers to project. We're not using future numbers to get inflation.
So we need, just to move forward, we need a motion to go forward with this budget matrix.
With the federal, right, Lexi? That's just all the grants.
I'll make that motion with the recommendations from council.
Got a motion by Enemy Swim, second by Lake Travers. Feels like Monday. Question by Big Cooley.
Yes. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Julie Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
What is the recommendation from council mean?
So mine was that everyone get grants going, and then Dion said to look at the inflations with lease. So those are the two recommendations I heard.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Brandon Adams? Yes. Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman, the motion passes.
Thank you. Lexi?
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, can show you guys the numbers to show what I'm talking about. But going by projected budgets, 26, 28 is just too much for a casino to handle. The only time they would have been able to handle it is last year, and maybe a couple of years within the last 10 years. Deanne?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. So could we, going forward, after we have a chance to look at those budgets and some of those expenditures that are regular expenditures, like the school clothes, could we look at what we could handle as far as an increase? Because I think that with the $100, we did 5, and reducing that back down to 100 would probably be very detrimental to some families. So could we look at some of those increases, maybe not totally increasing it to 5, but increasing it to, I don't know, 300 or 250 or something, and then notifying the districts that next year we will not be able to support this amount?
Well, that's how it is every year. It's budgeted every year.
For that amount?
Usually is. Past few years it's been 100, Berlin? Except last year and this year?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If we could increase that budget by a little bit and then notify the districts that this is what the budget is, so that they can either prepare or
Okay.
something.
Well, we're gonna have to sit down on that because I'm talking about cutting budgets, and now you want to increase a line item, so that's gonna be tough to do.
So, but what will probably end up happening is that we can leave it at 100, but then we're going to come in and say 500. You know what I mean? And then it puts you in a scramble where you're searching for a funding source. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that's when I'd appreciate coming to my office first to discuss it.
Yeah, it was presented to us, and I think that we.
Yeah. Either way, Secretary.
I've said this before, at least to the vice chair, but we need to, in my opinion, we need to increase the reserve account, and we should be putting a percentage of those incoming gaming dollars into our reserve account every month, because this money that we have right now, it's going to go away, and we'll be right back where we started, and we have nothing to fall back on for emergencies. That 75,000, or not even, 75,000, that's not very much money for emergencies that we might find ourselves in. So I think we really need to look at building up our reserve account. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, Council? Okay, I'll set up a meeting with you guys on that, and then Lexi, did we still need to get that motion for the accounting manual?
I need to meet with them, so it'll be ready for tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good. Anything else for you?
No, that's all.
Okay. Anything else, Council? The other thing was just, what do you guys want to do about DCA? I mean, amendments.
So I was talking with Megan yesterday, and I was just asking if she'd be able to present it under her report tomorrow. I mean, I don't know if that's okay with you guys, but if we delay it any further, we're going to have issues if they try to petition to get it on, in which case I don't want to put us in that predicament where someone is mad because they weren't given the proper enough time to do their amendment through petition process. So I highly recommend tomorrow. It's going to be tedious, but needed.
Was talking with the election board, they said they need it by October. But the thing is how much time do we have for, we're giving legal 45 minutes to go over her stuff and the amendments.
I I honestly think that the amendments are going to take at least an hour in themselves.
I'm gonna say more than that all day.
So Thursday.
But I was thinking I'd schedule something for later. Today we can inform DCA that they need to go through their process to go through with the districts. And then we'll have our meeting and we can go on from there.
I don't think we have anything on the schedule for Thursday if we want to do Thursday.
That's fine.
Because like I said, we're kind of pretty close with that petition process, and I don't want any potential legal issues with that. Head Nod Council Thursday, it'll take a while.
Thursday? Okay, I'll send out an invite for Thursday afternoon with Megan. All right.
They still have to be approved by council for the petition process to start. So I mean, like Gypsy said, it'll still have to be a special session. And yes, but this year it changed with the constitutional amendment group. So there's a few that didn't go through the full process, and there's some that did. And so they all are going to have to come before council, but there's be recommendations not to go through with some. But the Constitution Committee wanted all of them to be presented at council.
But in that process, it has to go to the districts too.
Yep, and then, like I said, a lot of the districts either chose not to, or they did already. And so the district's been given that option, at least the last 3 months.
And that's the information you need to give Megan.
I've been in contact with Megan.
Okay.
And then she understands too that we're hitting the issue with the petition process. That's the part that I'm trying to focus on, is that membership need their finite time to get their petition process going, so that we're not cutting them short. That's what I'm trying to push here. So thank you.
No, that's all I got.
Motion to go into executive session.
Motion on the floor by Enemy Swim.
In regards to the executive personnel matter.
Isn't that administrative? Motion on the floor, is there a second? If there's not a second, motion died. Huh? Well, if anything, I'm just gonna stick to the agenda. If you guys wanna detour from that, you can tell me.
That's what I'm trying to do right now.
Okay.
Because actually it fits under your guys' reports.
Well, it's up to council.
So,
Made a motion and it died.
well, Dion said second, and then
Oh,
again, it's in regards to the executive's reports. I'm more than happy to bring this out in the open, but I think it'd be best in executive.
Vice Chair,
Huh?
I just have a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I think I'm willing to have a brief discussion. If we can keep it to like 5-10 minutes, I think that would be okay. Okay.
Motion by Ms. Lamb,
Second.
second by Lake Travers. Question by Big Cooley.
Dallas Owen? Yes. A. Lydia Amos? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford? Yes. Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy
Yes.
Brandon Adams? Yes. Travel Secretary?
Abstain.
Mr. Vice Chairman, the motion passes.
Thank you. Okay. Coming back, I'll find my agenda here. Secretary's report.
Greetings to executives, tribal council, and Oyate. July began eventful with the 4th of July celebration starting Friday, July 1st through Sunday, July 3rd at the Old Agency Ceremonial Grounds, known today as the Winfield Thompson Senior Memorial Dance Arena. Monday, July 4th was a holiday. This was the 155th year this location has been in use as a gathering place for our people. Through the efforts of the Tribal Historic Preservation Office staff, the Old Agency Ceremonial Grounds was designated as a historic location under the National Historic Preservation Act to recognize our relationship to the area as part of our community identity for well over a century. Our regular tribal council meeting was held July 5th and 6th. There was a discussion regarding Roberts County Jail, charging the tribal members incarcerated under a state statute a fee for jail stays, medical needs, etc. We need an accurate number of tribal members affected by this, so if there's someone you know that has bills for jail stays or anything else related to being incarcerated in this jail or any other jails they utilize for overflow, please let someone on tribal council know. July 7th was the date of the special election for the Old Agency councilman. We had a special tribal council meeting after the polls closed at 7 p.m. and went into session for the counting of ballots. Brandon Adams was elected to represent Old Agency District for the interim. The oath of office was conducted at 9 a.m. on July 8th to officially seat Councilman Adams. Business as usual the rest of the month. Administrative duties fill the days. In preparation and in order for the warming house to reopen on November 1st, 3 items need to be addressed to bring the building up to fire code. 1, a sprinkler system with an alarm system on both floors need to be installed. 2, sleeping rooms would need egress windows. And 3, a detailed drawing with dimensions of windows, doors, and rooms would be required. The drawings would allow the fire department to determine the total occupancy of the building. The building does not meet the fire code and should not be used as it currently is. The fire department is willing to work with us on this matter to ensure the improvements meet code if we are interested in doing so. This will need to be discussed and resolved soon. In anticipation of the warming house reopening, the young people from YouthWorks paint the interior of the Joe Robbie building. We appreciate their manpower to make it a brighter atmosphere. The Wachiampi Teepee House of Hope shelter was approved for renovation, but we have not been allocated any funds to renovate to date. The shelter is in dire need. The renovations needed are, and I list them 1 through 10. The ventilation system needs cleaning and are upgrading. They need a new roof. There are leaks around a majority of the building, including the rooms. 3, the showers need to be upgraded. We need to install a bathtub for the younger children and toddlers. 4, it needs new windows. All of the windows are old and need to be upgraded to meet fire safety code. There are 4 rooms where the windows were vandalized. 5, the flooring needs to be upgraded as the tiles are cracking and separating from the wall. 6, electrical work. There are many electrical outlets that are not working. For safety reasons, all wiring needs to be checked by a certified electrician. 8, we have an average of 15 to 24 children at times. A fenced-in area for the kids to play would be ideal and a safety precaution as well, since it is so close to a high-traffic road. 9, a surveillance system upgrade for more coverage is needed. And 10, new doors are needed. The manager does the best she can, but would prefer that the building is renovated for a healthier and safer living standard for all of our people that need the services. The building is overall very old and needs a great deal of work. The staff have been trying to maintain the building as much as possible by doing regular maintenance work and some painting. We would like to see the renovation get done before winter. It was approved by Tribal Council. As you can see, there's a lot of need. As I stated before, Tribal Council is welcome to take a walk through and see for yourself the great need. But as you know, the parking lot is full of potholes and your vehicle could get damaged. We are hoping the parking lot can be repaired as well, but that is not our primary concern. It's the building where our families in need temporarily reside. Attended a meeting retreat on the 28th of July. Was requested to give the opening prayer and to share a message of encouragement to the social services staff. Rejuvenation of staff is necessary in order for them to retain their passion in the helping field. Oftentimes we neglect ourselves and carry a heaviness of the trauma and pain of those we serve. Self-care is key to maintaining our ability to instill hope in others. We have come through a tough 2 years of a pandemic and it is still affecting us. It is important for all of us to be patient and kind to one another, to stay hopeful that better days are coming and believe that so we can give hope to others. There were 15 people that came to the Tribal Secretary's office for various reasons for the month of, I should say, July, not including program managers in our Tribal Council. We logged in and responded to 59 phone calls, signed, approved, processed 209 documents. There were 33 scheduled meetings with tribal executives, council, program managers, and others, including the virtual meetings with federal partners. And just to remind everyone out there that the Tribal Secretary's office is open daily and staff are available to assist you, including during noon for those wanting to do business during their lunch break. But please continue to call the office ahead of time. So if needed, we can direct you to the appropriate office if we can assist you and to prevent an unnecessary trip, if we can handle it over the phone. And call 8323-698-8232, 8323, if you'd like to schedule an appointment. All of the program reports are attached for your reading pleasure and information. So, because my report is so lengthy, it doesn't really get copied and distributed at the district centers. But if you would like a complete copy, I guess you can contact your tribal council rep and they can make you a full copy because it's like 56 pages long. And that's all I have for my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Any questions? Enemy swim.
Who's the interim director of Youth and Family Tree?
Youth and Family Tree, that's Norman Johnson.
Oh, it's a vacant, so I'm not sure. Is he still acting?
Yeah, he's still there. Yeah.
And then, in response to the ongoing activities at the SWO Daycare Center, I would like to make a motion to suspend the Tribal Secretary, Mara Thompson, with pay, effective immediately, pending a removal hearing for alleged violations of the SWO Constitution and bylaws, the Code of Ethics, specifically 4A1, gross neglect as evidenced by gross incompetency, unable or unwilling to perform the duties of the office, and to have the tribal chairman's office work with the legal counsel to ensure that the proper process is followed, and for the tribal chairman's office to provide timely notice of the hearing procedure, and a copy of the written statement of the charges to Tribal Secretary Thompson.
Council, there's a motion on the floor. Lake Traverse, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. right now, I think that being so close to the election, I just don't know that having such a turnover in that office would be the right thing for those programs, but I do think that we need to have further discussion on how we proceed. I don't think that I know that in the past there have been other corrective actions that other councils previous have taken, and I think that I would be amenable to maybe some type of corrective action. That doesn't result in removal, because I just think that I don't know, I think that there's, and I think that there's other things that we can do to help, you know, and to move forward, because I just think that the cost and the it's almost the end of term, and I wish that we would have had time to discuss this, and I asked for that, and I don't know what else to say.
Haifa,
I'll second the motion.
any other questions? Mary Swan.
So, like I said, this has been ongoing since February. There has been information that should have been granted to us, but there's been mistakes made, and at the end of the day, a child was put in harm's way. There's no other way to really look at it, and that, if the election is the excuse for not wanting to go forward with this, you know, to heck with the elections. This is not about the elections. This is about the Constitution and what it states. It's not about elections. But that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Question by Vicky Lee.
You ready for the vote on Mr. Vice Chairman?
Yeah.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Lydia Amos,
I would like to say something before I vote. I didn't get the chance to view that video, so I'm just going to abstain from voting.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
I'm going to vote no, but I am going to look at possible further corrective measures.
Curtis Bissonette,
No.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
So I'm going on record in reference to Dion's replies earlier that there are other ways to go about this corrective action. And I do agree with Dallas also. This has gone on for far too long. And there has to be some sort of corrective action done. So on that, I'm gonna vote yes, so, yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman, the motion passed.
Haiba.
I just wanted to make a statement in regards to, yes, that corrective action stuff. But we have, this council and previous councils have removed people for lesser or contrived reasons. And if anything, there's a valid reason behind this, or at least for part of it. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, council, on that, yeah, the tribal secretary's report. Motion by Enemy Swim. Second by Big Cooley.
Question?
Question by Haiba.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Amy Lydia Amos? Yes. Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Where's ours?
Curtis Bissonette?
What is this for?
Secretary's report.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Brandon Adams? Yes. Vice Chairman, the motion passed.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Let me just write down what I gotta do here. Okay, thank you. Next up, we have facilities. Brianne?
Good morning, relatives. I'm here to have three quick motions here, and I had handed everything out. There's the first one I want to talk about is the skidster. It's a case. It's not the RFQ doesn't match the RFQ. The one that I have for the RFQ is the one that we're looking at, and that quote isn't back yet as they're waiting for Bobcat, as we are a government entity. So there's special pricing on that. So and I'm working with Lenny. So once she gets that back, I'll have that one stamped as well. But that's the one we want to go with, as all our attachments will work with it. And that one there, I need a motion to not exceed 85,000. That would be the first one. And then if you see here, I listed the accounts at the funding sources. Everything's there. We did work on a couple of other, the dump trailer and the mowers. The dump trailers, one was 16 weeks out and the other one was 74 weeks out, and the last one that she received was right here in town. And the mower, she reached out to, I believe, 4 different vendors, and then this is the only one that came back. So it's the only one that she received. Would be with Kibble on the John Deere mower. Yes, and that's under Lenny's advisement on how to go about with that one, because she's just waiting to hear back from Bobcat.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Motion by Enemy Swim. And this is for the Bobcat
Yeah,
from Titan Machinery?
The one not to exceed 85,000.
Second that motion.
Second by Haipa. Question by Big Cooley.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Kaylee Amina? Yes. Louis Johnson? Leon Crawford? Curtis Bissonnette? Yes. Brandon Chichiwana?
Yes.
Brandon Adams? Yes. Mr. Vice Chairman?
Thank you.
Okay, the second one will be for the dump trailer.
And this one will be for $12,999?
Correct, right here in town, local. Like I said, she reached out, and in the beginning, I put that the other 2 places, one was 16 weeks out, and the other one was 72 weeks out.
Okay. Council, floor is open for a motion to purchase dump trailer from J&B Auto Sales for $12,999. Yes.
So what is this gonna be used for?
So like a lot of the properties that we have to clean them out. And I don't know if you've ever been to one of the properties, people just leave junk. And we can't always count on Marshall Goodsell to bring the dumpsters. And this will help with hauling gravel.
How much is it for? Unfortunately, I'm not seeing it in here.
It should be this one right here.
Okay, let me look for that one. Okay, thank you.
It's behind, it should be behind the RFQ.
Oh, it's okay. The price is up top.
Yep. The other one was 15,000 at 16 weeks out, and the other one was 19,000 at 27 weeks out.
Motion by all agency. Second by Enemy Swim. Question by Big Cooley.
Brandon Adams? Yes. Dallas Owen? Yes. Kaylee Amina? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Leon Crawford? Yes. Curtis Bissonnette? Yes. Brandon Chichiwana?
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman?
And the last one, relatives, is for the mower. She reached out to 4 different places and didn't get nothing back. The only one she did receive was from Kibble, and that's for 9. And the Spartan mowers, if you look online, they're around $13,000. The other one that we were looking at, the Bobcat one, was $15,500. And so this one that she got back in was quite a bit cheaper than both of those ones as well.
Okay, council, floor is open to purchase a lawnmower from Kibble Equipment for the amount of $9,257. Motion made by all agency. Second by Enemy Swim.
Question.
Question by Haipa.
Brandon Adams? Yes. Dallas Owen? Yes. Kaylee Amina? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Chichiwana.
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Anything else, Brian?
Just real quick, while I have everybody here, I talked with Gary. I'd like to move the old PD generator. We had initially intended to put it at the COVID center, but that generator is here and came before you guys last for profit to pay for the transfer switch. So I would like to take the old PD generator, still good working generator, and put it, if we can secure funding, to put it at the Ron Red Days program at the elderly center across the street, because they are currently without.
Brian, can you just write that up on how you want to do that, and then maybe get us some quotes to see what we got to find?
Sure. I'll do RFP for that.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay, floor's open for maintenance report. Motion by Enemy Swim. Second by Big Cooley. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Dallas Wheeler. Yes. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Yes. Dion Crawford. Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Chichiwana.
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Vice Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Gary?
Hey, yeah, good morning. I passed out a quote, an estimate here. And this, for this vehicle that we got from GSA, we just gonna need some light equipment and siren course, and then partitions for the cage and stuff. This will come out of the COPS grant that we still have, out of 576. But it's $8,164.64. So I need a council motion. Main Quota Communications does our work now on our radio equipment and our vehicle repairs.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Long Hollow. Second by Enemy Swim. Question by Big Cooley.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Chichiwana.
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Dallas Owen. Yes. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Yes. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, Gary? No? Okay. Floor is open for law enforcement. Long Hollow. Second by Lake Travers. Question by Enemy Swim.
Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Brandon Chichiwana.
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Dallas Owen. Yes. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Yes. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Sonny, are you on? While we're waiting for Sonny, Berlin, this will be for emergency management tomorrow, so you can take them off. They did quotes for the testing, COVID testing. It's in your guys' folder that they handed out. But the cheaper one, the reason why it's cheaper, it's like at $5 something a test, is because they expire in December. I was thinking we could get some of them, but after seeing our inventory, it's probably best we don't go with that, because we still have, I believe, 3,500 left. But if we're gonna up our testing, I would go with the other ones, which is either Midwest Medical, you can get it for $8.12. Oyate Products, $8.70. And Lakota Enterprise is $10.60. GC, I believe. Yeah, talking with Jim, he said the closest two quotes was Midwest Medical and Oyate Products. Only difference is tribal owned.
And I think when discussing,
Yeah, go ahead.
Jim caught us outside during our break. He wanted to say that he wanted to go with the tribally owned, I think was his recommendation. Was that correct for everyone else out there? So I'll go ahead and make that motion.
Okay, Verlin, this one will be motion made by Enemy Swim for Oyate Products to purchase 5,000 COVID-19 tests in the amount of $43,875. No, it's no, this one will be ARPA. I'm sorry, yeah, you're right, Berlin. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Haipa. No question, we'll call for a vote.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you. Yes. Yep.
So I know that we discussed having Elderly Day in October, but to my understanding, no motion was made, correct?
Are you ready? All right. Go ahead. What was that?
Oh, so it was, to my understanding, there was discussion about having Elderly Day in October, but I don't know if there was a motion made last time. I just was double checking.
I don't know the schedule for that. I know, oh, Berlin.
Are you guys talking like the big end of the year one?
Yeah.
They usually do that in November.
You know, they're doing DNGE mentioned they're doing renovations that might conflict with that. And so at the last DNGE meeting, Gypsy, correct me if I'm wrong, they said it'd be best if it was in October. Unless Curtis, you found something else out.
Just gonna mention that there is still a bill up there too.
Oh, yeah, we got paid last year.
Vaccine work done? Yep.
Okay. Oh, yeah, they were talking about that too, about how to go about the vets powwow.
ARPA.
No, I meant like where,
Oh, where?
because they're doing renovations to the building in that area, so they were concerned about that. But, Gypsy, do you remember what they said about the vets powwow?
They weren't sure about that. They weren't sure that they would even have it if they were going to be doing that remodeling. They wouldn't know that they'd have the space or capacity to do it with the remodels.
And
So that was still on hold.
So with August around the corner, I'd like to make a motion to have Dakota Magic pick a day in October to have the Elderly Day, at $400 with no meal. And then I do believe elderly affairs that comes out of that.
Budgeted for Berlin, do you know?
Well, typically the one in November is at 300.
Oh, is it 300? Not 300.
Okay. Lake Traverse. Yes.
In their defense, I said I'd bring it up, but I got sick. So I did say that. And then Gypsy, I think you were there when I said that I'd bring it up. But yeah, I did get sick, so that's on me.
Okay, what do we need, Berlin?
We got a motion, so basically now to have, to go back and forth the other day, set dates in October at $300. Yep.
Second. Second by Long Hollow, question by Lake Traverse. What's that?
Yeah.
Question.
No, you changed it to 3 because that's what we're budgeted for.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
Haley Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Jinchuana?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman, the motion passes.
Berlin, maybe can we put a little asterisk in there saying that this is for the one that was usually held in November? So, okay, anything else? No? DARE program?
Good morning, leadership. I handed out a folder, and the front of the folder we have 4 quotes for tests, home tests.
We did that one.
You did that one?
Yeah.
Okay. So the council motions that I request, the first item on there is to pay our cleaning services. United Cleaning Services, their monthly payment. The first page is the invoice. The second page is a description of situations that were dealt with at the daycare and the homeless shelter. And then the third one is a daily schedule of on the dates. I asked them for time logs, and it was just for information to make sure that he's accountable on his times. And when he is, and the entities he is, there is workers there that are letting him in and out. So. Yep.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Haley Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Jinchuana?
Abstain.
Brandon Adams? Mr. Vice Chairman, the motion passes.
The next 3 items that we have are to make purchases with procurement. I do have I did have procurement initial my motion request to proceed this way because items are becoming so difficult to obtain through the service because of the bids and whatnot. But we are trying to stockpile hopefully for the next surge. We are down into the 50s now with families that we're servicing. I believe we have 2 in the COVID building. At one point, we were at 75 families that we were servicing with 9 other rooms full at the CIC building. So the second motion's to purchase cleaning supplies. That's to buy it on a bulk because it's better pricing for us if we were to work with procurement. A lot of families request toilet paper, paper towels, bleach. We have PPE at the building that we received with EMS. So this was a discussion that I had with Lenny and procurement on how to proceed with this, and it was the simplest, most accurate way to go about it. So.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson?
Yes.
Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman? No need to
Thank you. Council, the next one will be number 3, to work with procurement and to authorize DARE to purchase traditional medicine requests not to exceed $15,000 with ARPA funds as the funding source. Enemy Swim.
Now, this is already within your budget, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Because of the procurement policy, end of August is the last time purchase orders are going to be able to be made, because it's going to allow the product from the whole month of September to get here, because a lot of the programs have to have the product in the building before the funding year is over. So it went out as an executive memo. So this was to make sure that I wouldn't be coming in, beginning of September, trying to get motions to get product, because with the policy, the way it changed.
Okay.
So that's why we're,
Alrighty. So moved, Mr. Vice Chair.
Motion made by Enemy Swim. Second by All Agency. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman? Passed.
Thank you. Number 4, to work with procurement and to authorize DARE to purchase equipment not to exceed $50,000 with the ARPA funds as the funding source. Enemy Swim.
Define equipment.
Equipment, okay, so we started an elderly assistance program. We've had requests, a lot of the requests, about 80% of them were to mow lawns. We didn't have, some of the lawns were kind of large. We were borrowing equipment. We kind of had to fit in everyone else's schedule. We had push mowers, a lot of the youth, so we were using our personal push mowers, and we were giving them to the youth to accomplish these goals. So it was a rider lawnmower, a lot of them. We have some requests to clean up debris by the homes. I mean, you have to fit into all the other departments' work schedule. So we were just trying to get a dump trailer. We do have an enclosed trailer that we need to get a little bit of work done on it. And a lot of this will go through procurement. That would allow us time. So it's to accomplish a lot of the goals that we have at hand. This would also be like humidifiers. We have a lot of requests for at Buterol. So what are they called? Nebulizers. We would like to purchase at least 100 of those, because of the breathing and whatnot. Medicaid and Medicare don't cover the machine. The hospitals are issuing the albuterol, but not the machine. IHS doesn't cover the machine. Nobody covers it. So we've been paying out of our pocket as a team and collectively trying to gather, the resources to that. But that's some of the stuff that we would like to assist because with the breathing and how it messes with the respiratory and whatnot, that we thought stuff like that's a big need. So.
All right, thank you. You answered my question.
Okay.
Haipa?
Where does this fall in line with? I mean, is this partnering with like the Elderly Affairs Program, Elderly Nutrition Program, with all the different elderly assistance type things that we have?
And it's just a service to help around the home. We had a lot of elders that were that live alone that just need a helping hand. And we did run it through the nutrition program and the elderly affairs. Our flyer is going through there. A lot of it's just cleaning around the home, mowing their lawns if they need stuff moved. We had a summer youth program, and that's who really implemented it.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, I understand all of that, but it just seems like this is a duplication of duties. Like this money could go to the Elderly Affairs Program to be managed for that type of work to go through their program, because that's what they already do, don't they? Like to help around the house and cleaning and that kind of thing. And yeah, so anyhow, that's what I was asking, because that's a whole new thing. And how does that tie into with it being there and emergency response? I mean, I understand how that works with the nebulizers. That's obviously a COVID type response, but how does the other stuff work towards that with the emergency management and, you know, pandemic response?
We have a stay-at-home policy, and a lot of these elders can't get out. A lot of them don't have the resources. It was a request we just implemented. It was, it doesn't take much time, but I'm sure, and if you would like us to discontinue the service, it's not, we can. But we had a lot of people coming out and saying the elderly were important and that nobody was helping them. So we created a program to try to assist with them staying home.
And then the other thing with the nebulizers, how will those be distributed? How would you determine who's going to be able to use a nebulizer?
We have an intake form. We also pick up medications for a lot of the patients that we do deliveries with. And when the Buterol is issued through a healthcare facility, we would accommodate that with the nebulizer.
Are we working anywhere with, is this working anything with Josie Deitch and the field health clinic that we have?
Yes, we're starting to take her intake forms, and we met with her on last week, I believe, on trying to get her dots connected in order to provide that service to support her program.
Okay. Those are my only questions. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so we still need a motion for that? Number 4. Motion by Lake Travers. Second by All Agency. Question by Henry Swim.
Dion Crawford? Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
I am going to vote no because I think this is under a different program that it should be under.
Brandon Adams? Yes. Dallas Owen? Yes. Lydia Amos? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Mr. Vice Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you. Anything else?
No. Thank you.
Sunny, just a suggestion, maybe have a survey for the elders that you help. If they can fill it out to see how they like it and if there's anything else that can improve.
Yes, and we could get that survey out to everyone that we provide a service for so we can get an overall, and we'll just put an age question on there so we know where they're at, and then we get that categorized.
Lake Travers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. So this was the youth. Was this the summer youth doing some of this work too?
They did majority of the work, yes. And it was actually their idea. We just implemented it. And then, yeah, we also take the hits for it too as well. But yes, it was their idea. We implemented it through them.
So I just want to say how amazing I think that is, that we are creating a channel for our youth to perform those tasks and duties that are a part of our culture. I think that's beautiful. I think that, yes, I'm sure there's going to be complaints because it happens, but I really just want to tell you thank you for creating that, connecting those two bodies up. I think that's amazing. And to the youth, if they're listening, that's amazing that they would want to do that work for our elderly. I think that's such a little bit of silver lining. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions? If not, the floor is open. Yes, Long Hollow.
Oh, I was just gonna ask if you were buying me lunch today.
I got lunch last time. Nobody showed. Nobody showed. Motion for DARE program report. Long Hollow, Lake Traverse. And we swim.
Chris Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Simpson?
Yes.
Brandon Adams? Yes. Dallas Owen? Yes. Lydia Amos? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford? Yes. Mr. Vice Chairman?
Thank you, Verlin. We will be now on lunch break until 1:30. Okay, good afternoon, council. We'll start with our afternoon part of the agenda. Sarah, Lincoln, you have the floor.
Okay, I just have two things. I have three things, but the first one is in the stuff that I sent for the replacement of our lights. We bid it out 3 times. Finally, we got a bid this last time, and it's for well over $18,000, almost $19,000. But we want to replace. If you haven't been in the fitness center, all our lights, when we turn them on, it takes a while for them. They're those old school lights. So we want to replace those to go to LED lights. So we have one quote that came in. It's coming out of we have carryover left over from SDPI, and we want to get those replaced. Do you want me to do the other one too?
We got a question. Dallas?
Okay.
Hey, Sarah. So I got my computer up and I'm looking at the quotes. And I was just wondering on the Mayu electric one. I don't see a stamp for procurement. Am I missing the page?
I don't know. That's all she gave me back on that letter.
Because otherwise on the district challenge shirts, I got procurement stamp on that one.
I actually don't know, because this was the RFP, so she just gave me everything that was in that letter.
Oh, okay.
Lenny did. So, I don't know. I'd have to ask her though, I guess. This is the first time I've done one of these. So, she's the one that gave me all of this. The Mayo one, or the RFP one.
Okie dokie, I was just curious. Thank you.
Yeah. And then the contract isn't legal still, so if you guys do make the motion, I would just have to add, I think, pending legal. So I did everything for that, and then got that over there like a week and a half ago.
Council, is there any other questions for Sarah? If not, floor is open for a motion. Yes, Dallas has a question.
I guess this is more for Eddie, since Sarah says she's not too familiar with this. If there was only one quote, isn't that considered a sole source then?
Not if you went through procurement.
Oh, okay. I was just curious, but. And then Sarah, you said that the contract is pending and legal?
Yeah.
And then you got all this from procurement, so you obviously been working with procurement then?
Yeah, we've been working on this for probably, like I said, we sent the RFP out 3 times.
Okay. So I'll make the motion for Mayu Electric in the amount of $18,913.46 pending legal review of the contract.
Is that what you need, Sarah?
Yeah.
Okay, got a motion on the floor by Enemy Swim. Second by all agency.
Question.
Question by Haipa.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Leon Crawford?
Two lights over at
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette? Brandon Gitchiwana?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman, the motion passes.
Thank you. Next one, Sarah.
Okay, and the second one is for the district challenge shirts. The only reason why we ordered 100 shirts per district this year because we think that it's going to be big because we haven't had it for 2 years now. So, and that's one of our biggest events. So we ordered 100 shirts, and so that went over our threshold to spend. So LD Enterprises is the cheapest, and we only got 2 quotes that could fulfill this order. So, and that one's like the LD Enterprises is $2,000 more than $2,000, almost $3,000 cheaper than the 4 imprint one, and it's $7,096.
Okay, council. Floor is open for a motion.
So you want them with LD Enterprises, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, motion made by Haipa. Second by Enemy Swim. Call for a question. No question, call for a vote.
Brandon Gentiwana,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonnette. Mr. Vice Chairman, motion passes.
Thank you. Is that it, Sarah?
That's it.
Okay, need get a motion to approve diabetes
So
program.
moved.
Who said that? Oh, Haipa made motion. Second by all agency. Question by Big Cooley.
Brandon Gentiwana,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonnette. Mr. Vice Chairman, the motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, next we have the Lake Traverse Utility Commission.
They were in the lobby this morning? Okay, no, he's not right now. I meant in this lobby, I'm sorry. Should be on,
Okay. Hey, John, can you hear me? LTUC, can you hear me? There we go. Sherry? Sherilyn? Can you hear me? Sherilyn? You're on mute.
Can you hear us?
There you are. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
What do you say?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but not very good.
Go ahead and present what you need for council.
Okay.
What did you need for approval, Sherilyn?
Huh?
What did you need for approval?
We want to order a copy machine, and I only got one quote. It's for $7,945.09, and I was going to take it out of our equipment line item.
Was that the one from Marco?
No, it's from IT1 out of Arizona.
Okay.
That's a Xerox.
Were you able to go with procurement on this?
Yeah, I had IT got the quote for me.
Okay. Is there any contracts or anything that you need with that?
There is an extended, like a service agreement, and that's included in the quote.
Okay. Is there anything else, council? Enemy swim?
So I'm not familiar with how much, because I thought Marco does the copy machines. So is LTUC not under that umbrella?
That I cannot tell you.
Okay.
Because they're the ones that actually got the quotes for her.
Sherilyn, do you have Marco Machinery aside from in the past? Have you?
Never had Marco. We've always purchased our own.
Okay. Okay, I was just double checking. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Council, floor is open to let LTUC purchase the copier that they have from IT1.
So moved.
Motion made by Lake Travers. Can you email them to us, Sherilyn?
Yeah, I can.
Or to me, and I can send it to them?
Okay, I can.
Okay, we got a motion by Lake Travers,
Second.
second by Haipa. Call for a question. No question. Call for a vote.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette, Brandon Gypsy
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Dallas Owen.
So is this pending a legal review of the agreement, user agreement, or no?
Me?
Yeah. Do you have you said part of the user agreement? Does that have to go through legal?
No, that's just a maintenance agreement. That's for the parts and the labor. In case something goes wrong, then I can just call them and then they'll come up here and fix it.
Lake Travers, would you like to add that to your motion?
If there is one.
Okay.
If there is a service agreement, I'll say yeah.
A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Louis Johnson. Yes. Mr. Vice Chairman, the motion passed.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else, Sherilyn?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, go ahead and email that to me, and then floor is open for LTUC report. Motion made by Enemy Swim. Second by Lake Travers. Call for a question. No question, we'll call for a vote.
Dallas Owen. Yes. A. Lydia Amos. Yes. Louis Johnson. Yes. Dion Crawford. Yes. Curtis Bissonnette. Brandon Gypsy
Yes.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Mr. Vice Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Sherilyn.
Okay, thanks. Okay, bye.
Okay, council, we'll come back into session. We'll start with DCA.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chairman, Council. We'll go right to B. Cooley minutes. Okay, we'll move on to Buffalo Lake. Buffalo Lake had their regular meeting on July 28th. Motion number 1 to accept youth membership as listed. Motion number 2 to accept adult memberships as listed. Motion number 6 to seat the System Upton College Board representative for the Buffalo Lake District. And that's all Buffalo Lake had.
Thank you. No questions or comments. Floor is open for motion. Motion by Buffalo Lake. Second by Enemy Swim. Question by Big Cooley.
Lucy Johnson. Dion Crawford.
No, I don't even know where he went. I think his stuff is over there yet, though.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Dipsy-Wana.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. Haley Amos. Yes. Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you.
B. Cooley, you ready? Now we'll move on to HAIPA.
HAIPA had its regular district meeting on Sunday, July 10th. Motion number 2 for the tribe to set aside $2 million prorated from the ARPA funds for home improvement funds for off-reservation tribal members. Motion number 3 to pay Doug Renville and Randy LaBelle premium hazard pay and to be reimbursed from ARPA. Motion number 4 to ask Tribal Chairman Hopkins to step down from his position for not performing his duties properly as chairman of the tribe. Motion number 6 to accept 2 adult members as listed. Motion number 7 to accept 3 youth to adult members as listed. Motion number 12 for tribal, for tribal programs to utilize Bowie Foods for food if it has competitive pricing with other food vendors. Motion number 13 to accept all executive and council reports.
Thank you. Council, floor is open for.
I got one more here. Motion number 16 to use OA Dam to set precedents for water rights and to move forward with our case from the EPA to show ownership that the SWO own that land for water rights, land rights, and fishing rights. And I believe that's it.
Okay. Thank
That's
you.
all. Thank you.
Thank you, HAIPA. Floor is open for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Motion made by HAIPA. Second by Enemy Swim. Question by all agency.
Brandon Dipsy-Wana.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes. Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. Haley Amos. Yes. Louis Johnson. Yes. Dion Crawford. Yes. Curtis Bissonette. Mr. Vice Chairman, the motion passed.
Thank you.
We'll move on to B. Cooley.
Good afternoon, council and executives. Good afternoon, council and executives. We had a regular district meeting on Thursday, August 4th for their July regular meeting. Motion number 7 was made to approve the SWO council report. Number 8 was made that the council will no longer make decisions on their own and ignoring the recommendations from the System of and Reservation Planning Commission, and that council will go through and review RPC recommendations before any motions are made. Motion number 16 was made to approve the new adult memberships as listed. There's 8 of them. Motion number 17 was made to approve the adult memberships of Candida H., Doreen Bernard, Kristen German, pending their approved relinquishments from old agency district. Motion 18 was made to reaffirm Wyatt Lawrence's adult membership for regular meeting minutes of January 30th, 2022. Motion number 15. Motion number 19 was to approve the new youth memberships as listed. There was 7 of them. Motion number 20 was made to approve youth membership of Thomas Milton B. R. pending relinquishment from the Buffalo Lake District. Motion number 28 was made that council go back to a stipend and meet 2 times a month and not receive a full-time salary. Motion number 29 was made to approve Brenda Jackson's request to resign from the Big Coulee District Election Board. Motion number 35 was made to expend $400 for school clothes. And that was it for Big Coulee.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Council, floor is open for a motion. Motion by the Coulee councilperson. Second by Ms. Lynn. Call for a question. Question by Link Travers.
Yes.
Brandon Adam? Yes. Dallas Owen? Yes. Mr. Vice Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chairman, move on to Lake Towers. Good afternoon, council and exec. Lake Travers had their district meeting on July 28th. Motion number 4 was not to use Gordon Nielsen as legal counsel, and that's for reference to Joe Esposito and the college. That was voted on and passed. Motion number 5 was to demolish the old SWO jail in Dakota Language Institute building for the purpose of the building a new SWO jail on both properties. That was voted on and passed. Motion number 6 is for the SWO law enforcement to collect the fees that tribal court is receiving for SWO law enforcement. That was voted on and passed. And that is in reference to Mr. Vice Chairman that the tribal courts is collecting a law enforcement fee, and law enforcement has never received that fee at all since they've been collecting it. Motion number 8 was to approve the Lake Travers District Plan again. It was last passed in 2017. Motion number 9, to direct our council rep to immediately pass a resolution to codify McGirt Supreme Court ruling on the Lake Travers Reservation. That was voted on and passed. Motion number 10 11 and 12 is in reference to our tax commissioners and our constitutional revision committee member that was newly elected. Motion number 13 is to approve the new membership as listed. Motion number 15 was to rescind the May 26th motion so district executives can receive premium pay. That was voted on and passed. And then we also had an executive meeting with some new membership approvals, and that was held on August 3rd. Motion number 5 was to approve the new adult membership as listed, and motion number 6 was to approve the new youth membership as listed. That's all I have, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Attorney. If there's any questions or comments from council, if not, the floor is open for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Lake Travers. Second by all agency. Question by Ms. Lynn, or Big or Buffalo Lake.
Leon Crawford? Yes. Chris Bissonette? Brandon Jittiwana?
Yes.
Brandon Adams? Yes. Dallas Owen? Yes. Amy Lydia Amos? Yes. Louis Johnson? Mr. Vice Chairman?
Thank you.
Vice Chairman, move on to Amy Swim.
Good afternoon. The Enemy Swim District held their regular scheduled meeting on July 27. Motion number 2 was made to accept the new membership. We have 16 new adults and 8 new youth members. And that was it for the Enemy Swim meeting motion.
Thank you, Crystal. Floor, questions or comments by council? If none, floor is open for motion.
Motion to acknowledge and receive the Enemy Swim District.
Motion by Enemy Swim. Second by Buffalo Lake. Call for a question. Question by Big Cooley.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Amy Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Yes. Leon Crawford?
Yes.
Chris Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Jittiwana?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman?
Thank you. TCA?
Our first issue is, when are the school close checks going to be done?
We hopefully have, by the end of the week, they'll be done, but we're gonna get approval for them. We're waiting for Steve Gunn to finish the language or whatever for the resolution.
Yeah. ECA need updated rosters for the school goals. On one roster, we gave 12, then on second roster, we need the next stars that are being streamed. So it's different than your youth roster, because that's including everyone. Now we need updated rosters, so we got to do the rest. We have all agencies and everything.
So if you guys would just get them to, really? Okay. Them updated to Berlin, and then, he can work on that, but in the meantime, we still gotta work on, trying to get that situated with Steve for the school goals. Franny?
Mr. Vice Chair, just a question for our recording secretary. Verlin, can you email that to Lake Travers District and possibly the other emails that you have? Then that way, we'll get the correct information that's requested, so the sky's not purple, and if it gets to us, it's green.
I don't believe you. Okay.
still have the floor. Okay, we ask that you go into executive session. Okay, Council TC asks for a motion for executive session. Motion made by Emmy Swim, second by Lake Travers. Question by all agency.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Kaylee Demus? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford? Yes. Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Jinchiwana?
Yes.
Brandon Adams? Yes. Mr. Vice Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you.
Recorder's off.
3 o'clock, Berlin. Motion was made by Long Hollow, second by Haiba. Question by all agency to come out of exec session.
Curtis Bissonnette? Yes. Brandon Gitchiwana?
Yes.
Brandon Adams? Yes. Dallas Owen? Yes. Lydia Amos? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford? Yes. Mr. Vice Chairman? Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. DCA?
That's it, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, DCA. Council, the floor is open for motion. Long Hollow, Lake Traverse. Call for a question. Question by all agency.
Curtis Bissonnette? Yes. Brandon Gitchiwana?
Yes.
Brandon Adams? Yes. Dallas Owen? Yes. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford? Yes. Vice Chairman?
Thank you. Council, I'd just like one last thing for technicalities, just a motion for chairman and vice chair to sign off on day-to-day operation stuff for the chair or secretary. Motion by Amy Smith, second by all agency. No question. Call for long question. Call for a vote.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Lydia Amos? Yes. Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette?
Yes.
Brandon Gitchiwana?
Yes.
Brandon Adams? Yes. Vice Chairman?
Motion by Lake Traverse. I don't think so. Are we gonna act on it now? I say we wait. Yeah. So we'll just do a roundtable with Megan now? Or did we need, she's on tomorrow. But do we need to be in session now? Okay. We had a motion to adjourn the amendments. Oh. That I think we should just meet back there. So we got a motion by Lake Traverse. Motion by Big Buffalo Lake. We're adjourned.